Hey guys, tonight we're diving under a heavy Victorian quilt where the air smells faintly of coal dust and the ticking of the mantel clock fills the silence. You lie on your back, staring up at a carved ceiling that's seen better centuries, wrapped in a nightshirt that scratches slightly at the collar. Outside your thin window pane, a horse-drawn cart rattles by. It's past midnight. You should be asleep, but of course, you aren't. That's because you're living in the 1850s, and sleep-good, deep, dreamless sleep is becoming more elusive than ever. You've tried counting sheep, of course, and perhaps muttering a short psalm under your breath, but all you're really counting are the mysterious creaks of the old house settling around you. The cold is biting, the pillow is more sack than cloud, and that bowl of stewed prunes you had earlier is now staging a protest somewhere deep in your Victorian gut. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and let me know where you're listening from tonight and what time it is by your clock. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge toward the bedroom. The hall is dark, except for a flickering gas lamp mounted on the wall. A mild hiss. Shadows dancing. You reach the edge of your old feather-stuffed bed. Time to begin the sacred ritual of winding down for the night. In the Victorian world, preparing for sleep wasn't just a matter of pajamas and a yawn. It was practically theater. For the middle and upper classes, especially, nighttime was a production. You had nightcaps, not the alcoholic kind, though. Yes, those too. But literal nightcaps. Long, drooping cotton hats that made everyone look like a cartoon grandfather. There were nightgowns down to your ankles and shawls to keep your shoulders warm. And let's not forget the hot brick wrapped in flannel that you'd slip between the sheets to avoid frostbite. The house is quiet, but it's a performative kind of quiet. Every room has its own ritual. The drawing room clock has been wound, the fire snuffed, the shutters bolted tight against London's damp chill. You've checked the front door latch twice, maybe 3 times. Victorians were deeply concerned with order, and nothing ruins your REM cycle like an unlocked door in the age of chimney, sneaking burglars. Now you're in your bed wooden frame, high as a modern kitchen table. You have to sort of hop into it. The mattress underneath you is stuffed with horsehair and not exactly ergonomic, but what else is there? Memory foam hasn't even been imagined yet. Some wealthier households, of course, spring for feather mattresses, which sound delightful until you realize how often they go flat. Still, they were a mark of status, and if you complained, you'd be branded delicate. Candles are snuffed. The only light comes from the street lamp outside, dimmed by fog and soot. Your bed curtains are drawn, yes. Beds have curtains, creating a kind of cocoon against the draft and the eyes of nosy household staff. Everything is in its place. Everything is ready. So why can't you fall asleep? You stare into the darkness and think about the dozens of things that could keep a Victorian up at night. The looming debts. The question of whether your cough is just a cold or consumption. The letter you forgot to send. That time you called your mother-in-law Matilda instead of Mrs. Sedgwick. All these anxieties, personal and social, pressed down on your chest like the family cat who absolutely refuses to sleep anywhere else. Victorians were obsessed with proper sleep because it was a mirror of moral purity. If you couldn't sleep clearly, something was wrong with your conscience, or your digestion, or both. And once you believe you should be asleep, you become ever more aware that you aren't. The clock ticks louder, or maybe it's your heart. You fidget. You toss. You try the prayer your grandmother taught you. Now I lay me down to sleep, but even that feels like a guilt trip in verse form. Your eyes refuse to close, and so You reach for what might be your best hope, your dream journal. Yes, that was a thing. Upper-class Victorians were encouraged to record their dreams upon waking. Not only was this seen as a way of gaining insight into the soul, but it also gave people something to do at a.m. when they'd been staring at the ceiling for 3 hours. Some even wrote letters to their doctors about particularly strange dreams, describing them in florid detail. One such gentleman swore he dreamed he was being judged by a council of talking armchairs. His doctor recommended more lettuce. But we'll get to that. Mick. Now, imagine you're not one of the wealthy elite, but rather a maid or a lamplighter or a cobbler's apprentice. Sleep is less a ritual and more a fleeting chance. You sleep in shifts, often crammed into a narrow space near the kitchen hearth or on a pallet in a shared tenement. And forget about nightgowns, you're still in your work clothes. You sleep when you can, and often not very well. For you, the night is just a long blink between grueling days. Still, even among the poor, some routines existed. A cup of weak tea before bed, a shared blanket, the old trick of keeping socks on to stay warm, long before fuzzy slipper socks were a thing. And if you had a touch of extra coin, you might buy a penny's worth of laudanum alcohol and opium available over the counter at your friendly neighborhood apothecary. Historians still argue whether most Victorians actually slept through the night in one stretch. There's compelling evidence that many people practiced what's now called segmented sleep, a first sleep and a second sleep, divided by a few quiet hours of wakefulness in the middle of the night. In those hours, folks might read the Bible, whisper to their spouses, or just lie there, waiting for sleep to come again. Sound familiar? You sigh. Shift to your side. The pillow groans beneath your head. You could, of course, ask your doctor about your sleeplessness. But prepare yourself. He may suggest bleeding, or recommend a poultice made from goose grease and nutmeg. Or he might simply tell you to stop thinking so much and consider a diet change. No spicy food, no pickles, and definitely no novels after dinner. You wonder if this is just what aging feels like, or being British, or cursed. Perhaps all three. Outside, a dog barks. The cart has stopped. Somewhere, someone is also lying awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if lettuce could possibly help. You're still lying there. The hours stretch like cold taffy, and the moon has shifted its lazy gaze on your window pane. In the hush of your Victorian room, you begin to wonder, why does everyone seem so bothered by sleep? Because in this era, sleep isn't just a personal failing, it's a moral one. And Victorians take morality very, very seriously. You sit up slightly, propped on one elbow, and the nightshirt wrinkles at your waist. The fire in the grate has dwindled to a whisper. Let's rewind the gaslights of time and peer into the roots of this strange cultural hang-up. It's the mid-19th century, and everyone's obsessed with self-discipline. Sleep is no longer a natural rhythm. It's a battlefield between willpower and weakness. The Industrial Revolution is reshaping time itself. Factories now determine waking and sleeping hours. Efficiency is king. Leisure, especially the unconscious kind, starts to look suspicious. A good Victorian citizen is industrious, sober, punctual. If you sleep too much, you're lazy. If you sleep too little, you're anxious, possibly unstable. There's a golden ideal somewhere in between, and no one's quite hitting it. Your mind drifts back to your local minister's last sermon. He mentions sloth at least 4 times, maybe 5. Sloth, the enemy of virtue. And didn't he say that the devil finds work for idle hands? And sleepy heads? Victorian self-help books, yes, they had those offer stern advice. One 1854 volume titled Healthy Habits of a Christian Gentleman recommends rising at exactly 5:15 a.m., regardless of when you fell asleep. The key is regularity, it insists. Set your clock. Build a routine. Don't coddle your nerves. And you tried honestly. You tried the early rising, the dry toast, the cold morning face washing with rainwater, which was supposed to invigorate the spirit, but mostly just gave you chapped cheeks. Still, sleep slips from your grasp. You turn over, the bed creaking beneath you. What if your sleeplessness isn't a failing of your character, but something else entirely? What if, and this is a radical thought for your time, your body just isn't obeying the rigid schedule imposed by gaslight and guilt? But no such thinking is dangerous. You remind yourself that people have been fired for being caught yawning at their workbench. Wives scolded for lingering too long in bed after the rooster crowed. There's even a phrase tossed about, the sin of indulgent rest. That's right. Sleep could be sinful. Not enough, and you're unwell. Too much, and you're immoral. Historians still argue whether this fixation came more from religious doctrine or industrial necessity. Either way, the result was the same, a culture that both revered and feared sleep. You try again. Close your eyes. Deep breath. But now your brain is buzzing with quotes from those ever-present moral pamphlets. The dreamer fails to rise, and his opportunity is taken by the diligent. Yes, someone actually wrote that. There was even a widely circulated anecdote about a man who missed his train because he overindulged in a nap, and that missed train supposedly cost him his fortune, his marriage, and his dignity. It became a parable in lectures. No pressure, though. So sleep becomes a game of balance. You want just enough to function. Not so much that anyone might whisper you're soft. The upper classes hire sleep tutors for their children. Yes, sleep tutors. Professionals who coach young aristocrats on the proper attitude toward bedtime. Quiet, orderly, no fussing, and absolutely no imagination after sundown. You glance across the room where your childhood Bible still sits on the desk. You remember a verse from Proverbs being quoted at you more times than you care to count. Love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty. That verse was practically weaponized by teachers and parents alike. And yet, even the most upright citizens had their secrets. Take the case of Lady Henrietta Waddington, a model of propriety, known for her work with the orphanage and her scathing letters to the editor about unruly flower beds in public parks. But behind closed doors, she kept a private notebook full of dream analysis, where she confessed to recurring visions of flying above the city naked, no less. She believed her insomnia was God punishing her for that. She wasn't alone. Victorians didn't just struggle with sleep. They fretted over what it revealed. Dreams, especially troubling ones, were viewed with suspicion. A calm, dreamless night? Evidence of a clean conscience. Restless dreams? You'd best examine your soul. Even doctors dabbled in this moral interpretation of sleep. They believed too much imagination could disturb the nervous system, especially in women. Novels, particularly the Gothic kind, were banned in some households after dinner. A thrilling story might excite the mind and prevent the kind of sleep appropriate for a lady. And for men? Well, fatigue was manly, up to a point. But collapse, that was weakness. Real men, they said, slept like lions, still, brief, and alert upon waking. A few progressive voices whispered against the tide. A Dr. Edwin Gully, for example, claimed that chronic sleeplessness had less to do with sin and more to do with digestive strain. He advocated simpler meals, long walks, and deep breathing. He was also mocked as the lettuce man, and yes, he comes into play later in our tale. For now, you try the deep breathing. In, out. Listen to the ticking clock again. That relentless, polished tick. A metronome of pressure. Every tick, a tiny judgment. Are you asleep yet? No? Well, what's wrong with you? Your cat, if you had one, would be curled at your feet by now, snoring unapologetically. Animals never seem to carry shame about sleep. But here you are, counting your failings as the minutes stretch toward dawn. It's almost cruel. The harder you chase sleep, the faster it runs from you. You sit up again, sighing. Perhaps you should read. You reach for the book on your nightstand, The Proper Conduct of English Gentlemen, Volume 2. You manage 2 pages before the eye strain kicks in ... and no electric lights, remember. Just the soft, flickering puddle of candle glow. And too close to the flame, your page might smolder. Several beds burned that way. You try the old trick of visualizing a peaceful field. But somehow it turns into a memory of your landlord complaining about your late rent. Again, tick, tick, tick. Somewhere in this culture of control and self-judgment, you're starting to wonder if the real problem isn't your body at all. Maybe it's the expectations strapped around your shoulders like a corset. Still, you won't dare say it aloud. That would be scandalous. You're still awake. Of course you are. It's now the sort of our Victorians would politely avoid naming in conversation somewhere between far to late and why are you still upright. You swing your legs over the edge of the bed, the cold wood floor sending a polite little shock up your calves, and you shuffle toward the wash basin. Maybe a splash of water will help. Maybe not. But it feels like something to do. You pour a little from the ceramic pitcher. The water is bracing, pulled from a backyard pump that's never known the concept of warmth. You dab it over your face like the good self-help guides suggest. This is supposed to invigorate the senses, align your humors, and chase away melancholia, but tonight, the cold just makes you blink. Because the truth is, Victorians had no shortage of cures for insomnia. Most were earnest. A few were laughable. And nearly all of them ignored the possibility that sleeplessness might be entirely natural, sometimes just a passing visitor, not a disease to be purged with lettuce leaves and mustard plasters. One of the gentlest remedies, and the one you might try tonight, is the lettuce. Yes, lettuce. Plain, leafy, humble lettuce. Long before it made its way to limp sandwich fillings, or became the soggy base of a side salad, lettuce was hailed as nature's soporific. The Romans dabbled with it first, but the Victorians, they embraced it fully. They believed lettuce contained a kind of plant milk, a cooling property that relaxed the nerves and calmed the circulation. Some swore by warm lettuce broth, boiled gently and sipped like tea. Others ate it raw before bed, sprinkled with vinegar and salt. One particularly dedicated woman in Kent reportedly steeped lettuce leaves in gin and called it her evening mercy. You imagine that concoction might have helped with more than just insomnia. And then there was lacticarium, the thick, milky latex scraped from lettuce stalks and dried into a brownish gum. It was sold in apothecaries under the name lettuce opium, not as potent as the real thing, but enough to take the edge off a troubled mind. You could get it in syrup or pill form, often mixed with sugar or brandy for flavor. Of course, that wasn't the only edible remedy in the Victorian sleep pantry. Warm milk was another staple, especially if boiled with nutmeg. Nutmeg, they believed, had calming powers. Just one pinch, though. Too much could cause violent dreams or, as one medical pamphlet phrased it, unseemly excitements of the imagination. Imagine being kept up at night because your nutmeg dosage was too rowdy. Some guides recommended mashed turnips or boiled onions before bed. Yes, onions. Eaten whole, if you were brave. The idea was to weigh down the spirits and lull you into a dull calm. One Victorian doctor even claimed onions could bleed the mind of intrusive thought. The only thing they bled, frankly, was social standing if you breathed too hard in company the next morning. Historians still argue whether these remedies had any true physiological effect or simply offered comfort by way of ritual. Either way, they were part of a growing movement. Domestic, natural sleep cures, easily made at home, preferably by candlelight. But let's say the pantry approach fails. You've eaten your boiled onion, sipped your lettuce cordial, and still your ceiling stares back at you with smug indifference. Next come the more physical solutions. Victorian beds themselves were serious business. Tall, carved, heavy things, often filled with horsehair or straw. The wealthy upgraded to feather beds, which could be adjusted seasonally, lighter feathers for summer, denser ones for winter. You were advised to lie on your right side, never your left, unless you wanted indigestion and regrets. Mattress firmness was a topic of sincere medical debate. Too soft, and your spine would curve into sin. Too hard, and your dreams would become violent. The Goldilocks bed wasn't about comfort. It was about morality, health, and discipline. Blankets were layered, never tucked, to allow the body to breathe, and pillows. Ideally, 1. 2 if you were a child or especially nervous. Multiple pillows suggested vanity or weakness, depending on whom you asked. In more fashionable circles, there was also talk of sleep posturing. Women were taught to rest with their hands gently folded on their chest, like a marble statue or a very polite ghost. Men, meanwhile, were supposed to keep their arms at their sides, never over their head, because that invited nocturnal congestion of the brain. Yes, that was a real warning, but we're just getting started. For the truly restless, Victorians offered mechanical options. One such invention was the bed jolter. Think of it as a spring-loaded mattress frame that would give a subtle bounce every 15 minutes, enough to remind the body to reset its sleep posture. Doctors claimed it mimicked the rhythm of a train ride, which was oddly considered soothing. If nothing else, it broke the boredom. And then there were rocking beds, actual full-sized cradles for adults. You could push off with your feet and sway yourself gently into oblivion. A few high-end models had hand cranks or pulleys so a servant could rock you without entering the room. Totally normal. You whisper to yourself in the dark, picturing your butler quietly rotating a crank while you pretend to sleep. And let's not forget sound. Victorians may not have had Spotify or white noise machines, but they valued auditory calm. Gentle rain was preferred. Some households rigged up tin gutters to capture drips, guiding them into stone basins to create a rhythmic plinking. A clever writer in 1873 even suggested recording your spouse reading aloud a sermon or botanical lecture and playing it back via wax cylinder as a sleep aid. Of course, wax cylinders couldn't loop, so you'd need a new one each night. Talk about commitment. You, meanwhile, settle back into bed. The pillow is lumpy. The room smells faintly of boiled linen. Your candle flickers its last breath. The onion hasn't kicked in. And the lettuce. It's either working in such subtlety that it's indistinguishable from placebo, or you were duped by a very enthusiastic grocer. Still, there's a certain comfort in the absurdity of it all, because the Victorians didn't give up easily. For every failed cure, there was another in the queue. A sleep bonnet soaked in lavender vinegar, a foot bath with Epsom salts, a poem recited backward, a brief moment of yoga before yoga existed, or a light spanking yes that was floated. Gently, of course. Each remedy was a tiny gesture of hope, a belief that with the right leaf, the right habit, or the right bedtime spoonful, sleep could be summoned, tamed, made proper, and maybe, just maybe, it can. You close your eyes once more. The lettuce might be laughing, but the night isn't over yet. It's later now, the sort of late that no longer feels like nighttime, but not quite morning either. You lie there, half tangled in your scratchy blanket, listening to the occasional creak of your home settling, or, if you're still channeling your Victorian self, perhaps the subtle breath of a ghost rearranging the drapes. The lettuce predictably hasn't delivered, and so your thoughts wander, as they do in these sleepless stretches, toward the weirder corners of old advice. The places where science, superstition, and societal awkwardness all meet for tea. You think, for instance, of feet. More specifically, cold feet. Victorians were practically obsessed with them, not in a charming way, but in the dire medical sounding, do not attempt sleep until your toes are entirely warm kind of way. Cold feet were blamed for everything from indigestion to miscarriages to marital dissatisfaction. They were considered a sign of blocked nerve channels or insufficient inner fire. You'd be instructed to soak them in mustard water before bed, or wrap them in flannel, or if you were particularly unlucky, be subjected to a hot brick in a sock, slipped under the sheets like a medieval grenade. There were even foot cozies, which were essentially little fleece tunnels tied around your ankles, like a knapsack for each leg. The logic was simple. Warm feet meant warm blood, and warm blood meant sleep. Tea sounds quaint until you realize just how seriously they took this. One pamphlet from 1869 devotes 12 full pages to warming the feet before bed. 12, including diagrams. That's more dedication than most modern mattress companies show to lumbar support, but it wasn't all about toes and lettuce. There was another camp of sleep advice, the psychological sort, the kind you might recognize even now, decades later, in modern sleep hygiene tips. Visualization, meditation, mental disengagement, as it was called, only with a delightful Victorian flair. One common technique, counting sheep, yes, but not just in a field. No, you are to imagine them politely queuing at a gate, each one nodding at you as it passed, wearing tiny numbers around their necks like woolly marathoners. The rhythm of the count, paired with the imagined movement, was supposed to gently fatigue the brain, but some guides took it further. You were to construct, in your mind's eye, a sleep palace. Picture this, a vast mansion built entirely from your most comforting memories. Each room furnished with quiet happiness. A nursery full of wooden toys. A hallway scented with rose water. A kitchen with warm bread waiting. You would mentally walk through it, slowly, deliberately, touching surfaces, breathing in the calm. Historians still argue whether this was a psychological breakthrough or just wishful architecture. Either way, it's better than counting backwards from 300 by sevens. Now, imagine yourself lying in your four-poster bed. The window cracked open just enough to let in a London fog that smells faintly of coal dust and damp wool. Somewhere outside, a milk cart rattles past. Inside, you try not to think about the fact that you've built a literal palace in your head. And yet, your real pillow feels like it's filled with boiled gravel, which brings us to another Victorian marvel, the pillowcase. Not content with just any old fabric, some sleep seekers insisted on scented pillowcases. Lavender was the favorite thought to soothe the nerves and repel moths, a convenient 2-for-1. But others leaned into stranger herbs. Hops, chamomile, and even dried seaweed were stitched into little sachets, tucked beneath the head like dream potions on standby. There's even a record of one baronet who insisted on lemon balm pillows soaked in milk, replaced nightly. His housemaid reportedly retired with early arthritis from the sheer number of laundry cycles required, but not all advice was elegant or herbal. You're lying there, remember, wide awake. And so you might consider the more behavioral solutions. Victorians loved discipline, particularly in the form of strict sleep rituals. You were to retire at the same hour nightly. No reading in bed. No conversation after p.m. unless strictly devotional. No caffeine past 3 p.m., and that included chocolate, which had become a popular luxury by mid-century. Even milk chocolate was suspect. And absolutely no novels before bed. The dangerous literature of the time was thought to inflame the passions, derail the moral compass, and most egregiously keep readers up past their proper bedtime. Jane Austen? Possibly acceptable. Anything with pirates or unchaperoned hand-holding? Forbidden. Instead, you are encouraged to read dry moral tracts, or tax records, or weather reports. Anything sufficiently boring to lull the mind into submission. One highly regarded 1858 publication suggested the Annual Directory of British Mills as ideal bedside reading. It had no plot, no characters, and a soothing number of chimney measurements. You wonder if you should look it up. But then comes the awkward part of the night, the point where you start thinking about thinking, where your brain circles its own drain, muttering, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Like a passive-aggressive butler, Victorians had a name for this too: nocturnal brooding. It wasn't seen as insomnia, more like a failure of character, a sign that you hadn't prepared properly, mentally or spiritually. After all, true sleep, they believed, came to the virtuous. If you were tossing and turning, clearly something in your life or your soul was amiss. So you were advised to perform a kind of mental audit before bed. Had you lied today? Spoken sharply? Eaten too much lamb? Entertained impure thoughts about the footman? Any of these could disqualify you from a peaceful slumber. And no, confession wouldn't help until morning. Sleep, like grace, required patience and repentance. You lying here now, wonder how many Victorians faked their confessions just to get some shut-eye, and yet, as strange as these habits seem, you begin to notice the pattern. Every warm foot bath, every woolly sheep, every leaf of lettuce was a ritual, a performance, a rehearsal for letting go. And when it worked not because the remedy was magical, but because it gave the mind a script, a reason to stop rehearsing the day and start imagining something quieter. You turn over once more, your body finally beginning to soften. You don't believe in sleep palaces or numbered sheep, but you do believe in the strangely comforting idea that someone, somewhere, once lay awake just like this plotting herbal remedies, rearranging their pillow and blaming their cold feet for the world's misfortunes. And maybe, just maybe, the onion will work tomorrow. And now you find yourself back in the stillness of your room. The candle has burned lower, casting flickers across the ceiling. The walls seem to exhale. You shift slightly under the covers, adjusting the weight of a woolen blanket that might just as easily be the felted pelt of a small bear. Sleep continues to evade you, of course. So you try again to picture those Victorians, all equally restless in their own way. And tonight, your mind drifts not to herbs or moral audits, but to furniture. Yes, furniture, because it turns out even your bed was suspect in the Victorian battle against insomnia. For much of the 19th century, beds were not simply for sleep. They were altars of hygiene, morality, and class status. And like everything else in the era, they were judged not just by how comfortable they were, but by what they said about you. A proper Victorian bed was large, high, and dramatically carved, preferably out of dark mahogany or rosewood. The grander the headboard, the deeper your pockets, or at least, that was the theory. Ornate, canopied beds weren't just for show. They were meant to block drafts, preserve warmth, and enforce privacy in rooms that often lacked central heating, or, for that matter, solid walls. But when it came to insomnia, your actual mattress bore the blame. Victorians were picky about what went under them at night. Horsehair was common, as were wool-stuffed sacks, and even feather beds if you were wealthier. Each option had its defenders and its doubters. Some medical authorities claimed feather beds overheated the spine, causing brain congestion. Others swore by the firm, unyielding support of coir, a stiff material made from coconut husk perfect for realigning the humors. You're still picturing it, aren't you? The bed. The lumpy sack of horsehair. The possibility of spinal overheating. It doesn't scream, soothing, but in its own strange way, it does feel cozy, like slipping into a history book made of hay and politely embroidered frustration. Now, if you're truly dedicated, your bed might be equipped with a contraption known as a bed cradle. No, not for babies. For feet. This delicate wire frame was used to lift the weight of heavy blankets off your legs in case they restricted your circulation or reminded you too much of your grandmother's quilted judgment. It was the Victorian answer to weighted blankets, just in reverse. Anti-pressure therapy, you could call it. Softly enforce distance, and what about sleep positions? Oh yes, they had opinions. Lying on your left side was said to compress the heart. The right side? Safer, but not ideal if you'd had a rich dinner. Lying face up, with arms folded across your chest, was lauded as proper and pious, though modern viewers might mistake it for a vampire's repose. Face down was scandalous. It flattened the nose, and more importantly, was considered morally compromising. Historians still argue whether this concern was medical, prudish, or some combination of both. As you lie there now, you shift slightly, just to rebel. Maybe a little left tilt, a subtle rebellion against 19th century propriety. If they had nightcaps, you should get a free form position, which brings us to the nightwear, not pajamas. No, Victorians called them night garments, and they were practically battle armor. For men, a long belted shirt, usually made of cotton or flannel, with a matching cap that tapered like a windsock. For women, gowns to the ankles, high collars, and depending on your station, layers of woolen underflannel to preserve delicate vapors. In winter, you might add a knitted sleeping vest. Or two. Sleep, it seems, required an entire wardrobe change. Not to mention the rituals around hair braiding, corset loosening, and if you were very committed, face cream applications involving arsenic or elderflower oil. One author from 1883 recommends massaging your temples with beef tallow before bed. Another suggests camphorated spirits, though admits the smell might keep one awake in a different kind of way. And then there were the inventions. Victorian inventors, unsatisfied with simple lettuce or boring nightcaps, took it upon themselves to mechanize sleep. Patents were filed for contraptions like the somnus harmonium, a bed frame that gently rocked back and forth, not unlike a cradle, except adult-sized and powered by clockwork. There was also this sleep-inducing resonator, which promised to calm the nerves by producing low, oscillating tones. Essentially, a 19th century white noise machine, only less reliable and far more likely to explode. You picture it sitting in the corner of your room now, softly humming like a haunted beehive. And you can't help but chuckle. Not that sleep came easily, even with gadgets, if the contraptions failed, and the lettuce didn't work, and you were still wide-eyed at AM. There was one final refuge, the self-help book. Sleep guides were a booming genre. Titles like The Philosophy of Rest or How to Surrender to Slumber Without Sin lined the parlors of respectable insomniacs everywhere. Each promised secret knowledge. Each swore it could train you to sleep in a single moon phase or less. The advice varied wildly. Some recommended reverse blinking, closing your eyes, opening them briefly, then closing again. Others urged readers to mentally repeat the word sleep until its shape lost meaning. A few insisted that reading aloud from Leviticus was the surest way to dull the mind into slumber. There's something oddly endearing in how earnestly they tried. And how many of these attempts, despite their quaintness, feel familiar to you now. You might not massage your scalp with vinegar or prop your bed with bricks for better airflow, but you've definitely Googled best sleep hacks at 1:37 a.m. You've probably rearranged your pillows. You've maybe whispered sleep to yourself once or twice, feeling silly but desperate. So really, are you so different? You roll onto your back and let the thought hang. Sleep, it seems, is one of those universals. A need so deep that every culture, every era, invents strange rituals just to chase it. It's part of what makes us human. Our soft little tricks, our stubborn routines, our belief that if we just drink the right tea, or lie on the right side, or picture the right kind of sheep, the gates of slumber will open. You yawn, for real this time, and you wonder not for the first time if there might have been something to that beef tallow after all. The hour creeps on. Outside, the world holds its breath quiet, damp, a velvet hush that coats the streets in silver. You're still awake, but your limbs are beginning to soften at the edges, like butter left out too long. And tonight, your thoughts drift not to beds or nightcaps, but to something more curious. The notion that some Victorians believed insomnia wasn't just a medical nuisance, it was a spiritual failing. Yes, you heard that right. Insomnia, in certain circles, wasn't merely an inconvenience. It was a reflection of your soul's moral hygiene, a symptom of an unquiet conscience, and perhaps, just perhaps, a sign that you had been visited by demons. It's the middle of the 19th century. You've done everything right. You've prayed. You've dined modestly. You've read a bit of poetry before bed. But still, you toss and turn. What now? Well, if you were particularly devout, you might conclude that your sleeplessness was a punishment, or a warning, or worse, an invitation. In Victorian theology, restlessness was sometimes equated with guilt. A clean conscience was supposed to bring peaceful slumber. So if you couldn't sleep, perhaps you hadn't been quite as honest at market as you claimed. Or perhaps you'd harbored uncharitable thoughts about your neighbor's oddly attractive husband. You sit there, blinking into the dark. How does your soul feel tonight? Of course, not everyone bought into the guilt theory. Others took a more metaphysical approach. They believed that insomnia was a sign that the spirit world had left the door ajar. You couldn't sleep because something unseen was watching, or whispering, or pacing just out of reach. Historians still argue whether these beliefs were widespread or the province of fringe mystics, but what we do know is that spiritual insomnia guides flourished in certain publishing circles, especially among spiritualists and amateur mesmerists. One such book, written in 1869, advised readers to inspect the corners of their room for astral residue. Another insisted that sleep would come naturally only once one's etheric field had been brushed clean of malice. And yes, there were brushes for this. Not literal ones, mind you, but rituals. Lavender oil anointings, moonstone amulets laid over the heart, breathing patterns designed to shoo out ghost thoughts. Some folks even built dream catchers decades before the trend hit Etsy, using lace doilies and bits of morning jewelry to ward off night terrors of immoral origin. You shift again, checking the corners of your own room, just in case. Even Queen Victoria herself wasn't immune to the spiritual sleep panic. After the death of Prince Albert, she reported vivid, disturbing dreams and long bouts of insomnia. Her doctors prescribed the usual treatments: warm milk, valerian, supervised weeping, but she remained haunted. Some even whispered that her sleep was disturbed by Albert's spirit, still lingering in her bedchamber. That's a comforting bedtime story, isn't it? Now, spiritual explanations weren't the only thing floating through the fog of sleepless nights. The Victorians also turned, inevitably, to science. But science in the 19th century was, well, let's call it a patchwork quilt. Equal parts earnest experimentation, outright speculation, and charming nonsense, and nowhere was this more evident than in the practice of phrenology. Ah, yes, the art of reading skull bumps. A phrenologist seated beside your bed might gently run his fingers across your scalp and declare, ah, yes, your lack of sleep stems from an overactive organ of cautiousness, or perhaps your amativeness lobe is overdeveloped. It draws too much blood during night hours. That's right. You're losing sleep because your bumps are too loving. They even had custom-made sleep helmets, leather contraptions that pressed certain areas of the head and released pressure from others. They looked a bit like steampunk bowling ball bags, and unsurprisingly didn't work. Still, many swore by them. It was the golden age of believing everything as long as it sounded Latin. But perhaps the most revealing belief of all was the idea that insomnia was, deep down, a problem of modernity. Industrial noise, too much reading, electric lights, disrupted circadian rhythms. Even in the 1800s, people were already blaming technology for ruining their sleep. One London physician, writing in 1882, claimed that trains were destroying the sacred rhythm of nighttime, the rumble of engines, the clatter of tracks, the knowledge that somewhere, someone else was still awake and doing things. It was enough, he said, to jostle the sensitive mind out of repose. Sound familiar? You don't have trains outside your window, but you do have phones, and timelines, and alerts. The ever-present hum of everyone else's thoughts. Maybe they weren't so wrong. Those old doctors. In a way, the Victorians were already predicting what insomnia would become. Less about lettuce and more about overstimulation. Less about demons and more about distractions. And yet, they still fought the same fight. They closed their curtains against the gaslight. You close yours against the glow of Netflix. They read from moral tracts. You scroll through sleep playlists. They blamed their souls. You blame your algorithms, but either way, here you are. Still tired, still searching. You take a deep breath. The air is cooler now, settled. The weight of the blanket becomes a comfort instead of a trap. Somewhere in the back of your mind, a small voice says, let go, but another voice, possibly Victorian, and definitely wearing a nightcap, mutters, check the astral corners first. You don't, of course. You just breathe. And wonder how many other souls across time have shared this exact moment, eyes open, body heavy, mind wandering the long corridors of sleep without ever quite reaching the door. There's a strange comfort in that, even if sleep doesn't come just yet. Now the night deepens. You're not quite asleep, but no longer wide awake. Somewhere in that soft, plush middle, where thoughts begin to blur and your sense of time loosens its grip. And as your breathing slows, tonight's strange thread winds forward again into the curious, cucumber-cool world of the Victorian health spa. Yes, spa. Because even in the age of corsets and cholera, nothing quite said, treat yourself like a hydrotherapy retreat, especially if you were trying to cure insomnia. Let's be clear, these weren't your modern eucalyptus-scented day spas with Enya playing in the background. Victorian spas were equal parts medical asylum, biblical purification rite, and chilly baptism by bucket. But to the sleepless of the 1800s, they offered promise, the elusive hope that, with enough water splashed at the right pressure on the right part of your anatomy, slumber would return. And so, you travel by rail or dusty coach to a place like Malvern, or Harrogate, or even the great baths of Baden-Baden, if you're feeling cosmopolitan. The air smells like wet towels and sulfur. A nurse in stiff linen greets you with something that looks like a garden hose mated with a medieval torture device. It's called the douche. No, not that kind. This was a full-body blast of ice-cold water, shot directly at your spine at 6:30 in the morning. Sleepy yet? Hydrotherapy believers thought that sleeplessness was a matter of internal imbalance, too much heat in the brain, too much excitement in the blood. The cure? Soak it out. Chill it down. Drown your insomnia gently. The routine might go like this. Wake up, drink a pint of lukewarm mineral water, flavored faintly with iron and regret, then step into a cold plunge. That's followed by a frigid sheet wrap, literally being mummified in ice-damp linen, like a sleepy burrito, and yet, some claimed it worked. The logic was simple, if a bit misguided. Lowering the body's temperature triggered a parasympathetic response, essentially the nervous system's version of a sigh. Heart rate slowed. Muscles relaxed. Mind quieted. Was it comfortable? Absolutely not, but was it oddly effective? Historians still argue whether the benefits were real or just the result of sheer exhaustion after being emotionally waterboarded each morning. But in the absence of better options, hydrotherapy became the Victorian go-to for nervous cases, a broad term that included insomniacs, melancholics, and anyone caught reading poetry with too much feeling. You shuffle through the spa halls, towel clutched, wondering whether your blood is too warm or your soul too damp. In one corner, someone is sitting calmly in a drip bath, a slow, cold leak onto the top of the head, like a spiritual faucet. In another, a woman is lowered into a wooden tub lined with moss, meant to infuse the womb with repose. Yes, really. Even the famous Florence Nightingale was a fan of water cures. After her work in the Crimean War, she suffered from what we now recognize as post-traumatic stress, and like many sleepless Victorians, she turned to spas, soaks, and sacred springs in search of peace. But spa cures weren't all water and wraps. Some included dietetic regimens believed to encourage sleep. One physician prescribed only white food after sundown, bread, potatoes, and you guessed it, boiled lettuce. Another insisted that celery was the most soporific vegetable, especially if stewed in milk and served with nutmeg. To this day, no one knows why Victorian doctors were so obsessed with milk-based sedatives. You nibble a mental celery stick as the narration drifts beyond the spas. A second wave of treatment took root in drawing rooms and salons. Electrotherapy. Yes, electric sleep. In the 1870s, household gadgets were all the rage. And nothing said science quite like something that buzzed. Enter the electro-sleep helmet, a felt-lined metal crown designed to deliver mild shocks to your temples and soothing, repetitive pulses. They claimed the effect was hypnotic, and maybe, if only by making you fear being electrocuted in your own bed, it was. One popular device, the pulvermucker chain, wrapped around the neck and was supposed to rebalance cranial energy. Another looked like an iron halo and allegedly scrambled negative thought vibrations. Quackery. Perhaps, but let's be honest. You've tried stranger things on YouTube. Not to be outdone, certain spas experimented with magnetism, not the emotional kind, but actual magnets. Magnetic pillows. Magnetic undersheets. Magnetic water. There was even a brief craze for magnetized lettuce, but that died out when someone finally admitted it tasted like rusty salad. The idea was that magnets realigned the body's internal compass. Too much polarity, and the soul couldn't settle into sleep. Too little, and your dreams leaked out. Again, no actual science. But the belief was strong enough that North Pole sleep became a fashionable pose, lying with your head pointed true north, to let the Earth's magnetism lull you into harmonious rest. You pause now, considering the orientation of your own pillow. Could that be the problem? No, probably not. But don't move just yet. There's something oddly beautiful about all this effort. The lengths to which people went to coax sleep from the shadows. The buckets. The currents. The bitter lettuce water. None of it guaranteed rest, but it gave shape to the struggle. It turned insomnia from a private misery into a shared ritual. You weren't just a lone sufferer. You were part of a legacy of weary pilgrims, hauling their tired bodies across Europe for one more shot at a dreamless night, and even if it didn't work, at least you got a bath. Now, as this section settles down, the imagined scent of eucalyptus gives way to something softer linen, maybe, or old stone. You lie back against the cushions of time, still wrapped in your own version of a damp sheet, waiting to dry. Your eyes blink slower now. Your heartbeat quiets, and somewhere, in the echo of an old spa corridor, a nurse with stern hands and kind eyes whispers, "Sleep will come." Your feet shuffle forward on creaking floorboards. The smell of damp wool and old tea lingers faintly, as if you've just stepped out of the Victorian spa and directly into someone's drawing room. But not just anyone's, a particularly anxious, wealthy insomniac's room, where the curtains are thick, the clocks are muffled, and sleep remains as elusive as ever. Welcome to the bedroom laboratory. See, if spas didn't cure your nighttime restlessness, and let's be honest, most of the time they didn't, you might return home to try what we'd now call biohacking. Only back then, it involved things like brass gadgets, velvet curtains, and a tiny cage full of singing canaries. You step softly across the plush rug. The room is lined with books, soporific volumes with titles like Moral Lectures for Young Ladies or The Drowsy Clerk's Companion. A cup of barley tea steams beside the bed, unsweetened, of course. Sugar excites the brain, or so, says your doctor. Tonight's experiment? Sound. Not soothing waves or white noise, but curated silence. Victorians, especially the well-to-do, began crafting soundproof bedrooms, a concept that sounds futuristic, but in the 1860s involved thick tapestries on the walls, double-paned windows, and sometimes even oiled hinges and velvet-lined doors. One upper-class Londoner famously fired his butler for sneezing too loudly past midnight. Some went further. There were ear trumpets turned inward, acoustic isolators that blocked out the hooves and clatter of urban life. You lie still, the room padded like a jewel box, every tick and creak dampened. The stillness is so complete, you can hear your own heart tapping like a polite guest, and still, you can't sleep. So perhaps it's time to try scent. Victorian sleep pomanders were small, decorative spheres filled with herbs thought to lull the mind. Lavender, of course, chamomile, but also stranger things like hops, the stuff used in beer, which was believed to calm frayed nerves. One 1872 manual recommended placing a muslin bag of dried hops inside your pillow. Another went further and advised boiling lettuce with crushed poppy seeds, then dabbing the resulting tincture on your temples while muttering Psalm 4 to 8 under your breath. You haven't tried that yet? The Victorians were enthusiastic believers in bedroom environment as medicine. Warmth mattered, feather beds in winter, cool linen sheets in summer. Some even iced their pillows in July, believing the brain needed cooling vapors to disengage. One noblewoman allegedly kept a block of ice under her bed at all times, claiming it kept her mental fever from igniting. Your own pillow feels pleasantly neutral tonight, but it does make you wonder, if your mind were a fire, what would smother it best? Some said sleep came easier if the bed faced away from the moon. Others insisted on placing a Bible beneath the mattress. A few eccentrics hired bedroom readers, people who sat in the room at night and read aloud from particularly tedious sermons until you nodded off. You have to admire the commitment. By the late 1800s, this fixation with sleep environment had grown so elaborate that entire bedroom design handbooks were published. They outlined everything from curtain density to floorboard insulation. One guide warned that brass bed frames encouraged nocturnal nerve agitation and that beds made of wood, particularly walnut, were more soporific in nature. Historians still argue whether any of these details actually helped or whether, like much of Victorian sleep culture, they simply offered a comforting illusion of control, but maybe illusion is enough. You breathe in. The imaginary hops in your pillow release a bitter, beer-like aroma. It's oddly grounding. You shift your weight slightly, and in your mind's ear, you can almost hear the rustle of a corset being unfastened somewhere in the house. A gas lamp flickers out in the hallway, and just like that, you're in the sleep diary era. Yes, Victorians kept journals for their dreams, or lack thereof. Doctors encouraged insomniacs to write detailed nightly entries. When they went to bed, when they woke, what they ate, how they felt, whether the lettuce worked. Some entries ran for pages. Could not sleep. Tried opium. Dreamed of floating ducks. Woke screaming at 2:17. Had barley water. Attempted prayer. Failed. Resolved to try vinegar foot bath tomorrow. The diaries weren't just therapeutic. They also became evidence tools that sleep researchers, yes, they existed even then, could use to diagnose patterns and prescribe new, often stranger, regimens. You picture yourself dipping a quill pen into ink, noting that tonight you heard a podcast voice talking about lettuce, and the phrase acoustic isolator made you laugh once, quietly. Some listeners may have drifted off by now. Others are still awake, eyes open in the darkness, wondering what comes next. Which brings us to perhaps the most touching of Victorian solutions. Companionship ... No, not that kind. We're staying PG-13 here. This was the age of the sleeping companion, a person, often a maid or trusted relative, who would simply sit beside you in a chair through the night. Not to speak, not to touch, just to be present. To hold vigil with your insomnia, as if saying, you're not alone in this wakefulness. There's something deeply human in that. You imagine a chair in the corner of your room now. Someone sits in it, quiet and still. Maybe they're reading a worn book. Maybe they're knitting by candlelight. But they're there. And somehow, that presence allows your breath to deepen. Even now, echoes of this idea remain. We call them sleep playlists, podcasts, gentle voices drifting through the dark, reminding us we're not alone. You shift again under the covers. Your eyelids feel a little heavier. The room feels a little softer. And the canary in the little cage, yes, remember that? Some Victorians believed that bird song before dawn rebalanced circadian rhythms. So they kept live birds by the bed, waiting for the first chirp of sunrise ... A tea probably didn't work. But it gave them hope, and sometimes hope is what sleep needs most. You're still here, nestled in that warm haze between wakefulness and dreams. Your mind drifts gently to the curious world of Victorian sleep aids, those peculiar little remedies that weren't quite medicine, but not quite folk magic either. Tonight, we peek into the cabinet of curiosities that might have sat on a bedside table in 19th century England. Imagine a small, dark bottle, sealed with wax and a label promising essence of valerian root. You uncork it carefully. The smell is earthy, musty, like a forgotten garden in late autumn. Valerian was the darling of Victorian insomnia treatments, renowned for its calming properties. You might call it the original herbal chill pill. Valerian had been around for centuries, but the Victorians took it seriously. They steeped the roots in boiling water to make a bitter tea or distilled the essence into a tincture. Some believed that valerian's scent alone could settle an overactive mind. The fragrance was so strong that even Victorian doctors cautioned against overuse too much, and you might feel groggy in the daylight or develop valerian headaches, a charming euphemism for feeling a bit off. But valerian was just one actor in this sleepy drama. There was also laudanum, a potent concoction of opium dissolved in alcohol. It was prescribed liberally, often as a cure-all for nervous disorders and sleeplessness. A few drops before bed could bring on a deep, dreamless sleep, though with a morning fog that could last hours. Victorian apothecaries sold it behind the counter, often without prescription. The dark side of laudanum use was well known even then. Overdose was a real risk, but the stigma hadn't yet fully settled. In fact, Victorian literature is dotted with tragic tales of its misuse. You picture a faint shadow moving through a foggy London street, clutching a small bottle in gloved hands. It's an image of desperate hope, tinged with melancholy, but not everyone trusted such strong medicines. Enter the world of Nostrum's patent medicines, sold with extravagant claims and colorful packaging. These were the snake oils of the Victorian age, promising cures for everything from nervous sleeplessness to hysterical fainting. They often contained herbal extracts, alcohol, sometimes even small amounts of narcotics. One popular nostrum was Beecham's pills, touted to strengthen the nerves and soothe the mind. Another promised tranquility in a teaspoon, though its ingredients were shrouded in secrecy. You pause. Wondering if these remedies were placebo or poison, historians still argue whether Victorian reliance on these potions was driven more by the era's marketing genius or genuine belief in their efficacy. Alongside these, the Victorians also embraced simpler, gentler aids. A cup of warm milk with a pinch of nutmeg was a classic bedtime ritual, believed to calm the restless spirit. Sometimes honey was added, sweetening the drink and adding its own mild sedative qualities. But here's the quirky bit. Some Victorian sleep manuals recommended lettuce water, boiling lettuce leaves in water, and drinking the cooled infusion before bed. Lettuce was thought to contain lacticarium, a mild sedative compound, earning it the nickname lettuce opium. The effect was subtle, but comforting, a vegetal lullaby for the sleepless. You might chuckle imagining someone sipping lettuce water by candlelight, hoping the garden had bottled its sleep magic, and if lettuce water wasn't enough, there was always hop tea, brewed from the cones of the hop plant used in brewing beer. Hops were believed to possess calming properties, and were often combined with valerian for a double dose of herbal sedatives. Now, you might wonder if any of these remedies actually worked. The science was rudimentary, the trials anecdotal at best. But in a world where electric blankets and melatonin supplements were centuries away, these were the best tools available. You feel the slow pull of drowsiness creeping closer, the night's mysteries folding into quiet understanding. In the end, Victorian sleep remedies were less about guaranteed cures and more about ritual, comfort, and the promise of rest. The teas, tinctures, and tonics formed a nightly dance between hope and fatigue. You cradled at thought as you sink deeper, the aroma of valerian and hops mingling in the imaginary Victorian air, and somewhere, beyond the flickering candlelight, a sleepy apothecary nods off behind his counter. The quiet darkness wraps around you like a familiar shawl as your thoughts drift from herbal remedies to the curious customs that shaped Victorian sleep itself. Imagine, if you will, the strange and sometimes surprisingly social bedtime rituals of the era, rituals designed less to speed you to slumberland and more to ease the anxieties that made rest so elusive. You sit comfortably now, the air faintly scented with lavender and old parchment. Picture the Victorian bedroom again, not just a place for sleep, but a multifunctional chamber where evening activities unfolded. Before the age of electric lighting, the approach of night wasn't simply about closing your eyes, but winding down a day of bustling social life, work, and often anxiety over the uncertainties of modern life. In many households, sleep was not a solitary affair. Instead, it could be a gently communal event. Family members and servants might gather for what was called evening repose. This included quiet reading aloud, soft music played on a pianoforte, or whispered recitations of poetry. The voices were soothing, not demanding an ambient hum to coax the mind towards rest. You imagine a Victorian lady reclining on a fainting couch, her eyes growing heavy as her sister softly recites Tennyson's verses. The words float through the room like a gentle breeze, not too stimulating, not too dull. A faint smile touches her lips. Sleep edges closer, but Victorian sleep culture wasn't without its peculiar superstitions. Take the custom of the bedpost rubbing. Some believed that gently rubbing the four corners of the bedposts with a cloth infused with lavender or rose oil would ward off restless spirits and ensure peaceful dreams. It was a quiet charm, an intimate gesture between the sleeper and the unseen. You might raise an eyebrow at that, but remember, sleep is a vulnerable state, and the Victorians, like many before and after them, sought comfort wherever they could find it. Another curious ritual was the placement of small objects under the pillow. Sometimes a bit of lavender, sometimes a lock of hair, or a tiny prayer card. These items were thought to anchor the sleeper's soul during the night. You wonder if that might be why your pillow feels heavier after a particularly restless night. Maybe it's carrying its own secret cargo. Historians still debate whether these customs were purely symbolic, or whether the tactile and olfactory stimuli genuinely helped ease insomnia. In certain circles, there was also a belief that posture and bed orientation mattered deeply. The head of the bed was ideally placed away from windows or drafts, and sometimes pointed to the north, believed to align the sleeper with calming earth energies. You can almost hear the creak of a massive wooden bed frame shifting as it's moved with great care. And the role of nightwear was more than just comfort or modesty. Nightgowns and sleeping caps were often made of flannel or cotton, fabrics chosen for warmth and breathability. Some believed that sleeping caps helped preserve vital heat in the head, which in turn prevented nightmares or waking chills. You might find it amusing to picture a gentleman or lady donning their ornate nightcap each evening, adjusting it with the same care as their daytime attire. Beyond these rituals, the Victorians also wrestled with the problem of segmented sleep, a pattern of two distinct sleep periods separated by a wakeful hour or two. Some found this waking period peaceful, a time for reflection or prayer. Others found it maddening. The reasons for this biphasic sleep pattern are still under scholarly debate, with some attributing it to artificial lighting, social schedules, or even cultural expectations. You settle more deeply now, recalling the soft ticking of a mantel clock and the distant murmur of horse-drawn carriages fading into the night. Sleep, in Victorian times, was not simply a biological necessity, but a layered experience shaped by culture, superstition, and a sincere yearning for rest in a rapidly changing world. And as your eyelids flutter heavier, you realize that your own bedtime rituals, no matter how modern, are part of that long human story, a story of seeking peace in darkness. The stillness continues, soft and enveloping, as your imagination drifts into the heart of the Victorian home, not the parlor or the drawing room, but the actual bedroom, that intimate sanctuary where sleep was chased, welcomed, and quite often eluded. Tonight, you're peeking into the rooms themselves, their furniture, their scents, their shadows, and how the Victorians designed these spaces in the eternal pursuit of slumber. You're standing now in a typical middle-class bedroom of the 1870s. The door creaks softly as it closes behind you, and the air is touched with a faint trace of beeswax, camphor, and rose water. The wallpaper is patterned with delicate floral vines, perhaps faded in corners by gaslight. Heavy drapes block out the moonlight. A thick area rug muffles your steps. The bed is, of course, the centerpiece. Massive, wooden, ornate, the kind of thing you might think twice about moving once it's in place. Often carved from mahogany or walnut, the Victorian bed was both furniture and fortress. High off the ground, it required a small stool to climb into, especially for women in corsets or men in layers of wool. Now lean closer. The mattress? Horsehair and cotton, maybe even a feather tick if you were fortunate. They were lumpy, they were dense, and they needed frequent beating with sticks to fluff them up, an event called turning the bed, usually done by servants in wealthier homes. And yes, those curtains around the bed, those were functional, not just decorative. Known as bed hangings, they served to block drafts in chilly rooms and provide a semblance of privacy in households where personal space was often scarce. But here's the quirky detail. Beneath many Victorian beds, you'd find a warming pan, a metal device filled with hot coals or stones, used to heat the sheets before climbing in. Sounds cozy, right? Except that if you didn't move it quickly, it could scorch the mattress or even set the sheets alight. You imagine someone leaping out of bed, flapping a singed coverlet while muttering something decidedly un-Victorian. Historians still argue whether this practice made the average Victorian warmer or simply more alert to the dangers of flammable bedding. And then there's the furniture that orbited the bed itself. A washstand with porcelain basin and jug stood nearby, along with a sliver of soap and perhaps a shaving brush. The act of freshening up before bed was a ritual in its own right. Splash the face, rub the wrists, towel off with a linen cloth stiff from drying by the hearth. Next to the washstand, a small nightstand might hold a book of psalms, a candle stub in a saucer, and if you were among the sentimental, a tiny framed portrait of a loved one. Now cast your eyes toward the corner of the room. That's where the chamber pot lives, modestly tucked behind a screen or curtain. Indoor plumbing was a luxury still rare in many homes, especially outside urban centers. Midnight visits to the pot were accepted, if not exactly romantic. You imagine the rustle of nightclothes, the scratch of slippers against the floorboards, and the sigh of someone returning to bed, all without ever turning on a light, which brings us to the glow, or rather, the flicker of illumination. The bedroom lighting was either gaslight, a risky but increasingly common option in cities, or oil lamps and candles in more modest homes. The quality of the flame affected the atmosphere. A strong draft could make the lamp gutter and dim, turning a shadow into a flickering ghost across the far wall. You might pull your blankets closer, telling yourself it's just the wind. Some more superstitious Victorians refused to leave a flame burning overnight for fear it might invite spirits or worse. Set the drapes ablaze. You pause on that thought. The tension between comfort and danger in these rooms was always just a thread away. Perhaps the most telling item in the Victorian bedroom, though, was the clock. Many kept a small carriage clock ticking softly on a shelf or desk, not to wake them, but to reassure them. The gentle rhythm was said to steady the nerves, like the heartbeat of the house itself, but let's not forget scent. A Victorian bedroom was often scented not with perfumes, but with medicinal oils, herbs, or the smoky residue of coal fires. Lavender sachets were tucked into pillows, and small bowls of vinegar might be placed near windows to purify the air. Some believed that clean air aided the brain's ability to rest, a belief that nudged open windows, even in freezing temperatures. You picture that moment, a draft sneaking in from under the sill, the sleeper tugging the blanket tighter, a sigh rising in the cold, and still sleep came, fitfully or otherwise, to those rooms, each one its own tiny theater of hopes, habits, and haunting creaks. You lie still now, letting the imagined darkness of a Victorian bedroom settle around you. The room, so full of life just an hour ago, has quieted. Somewhere a mouse scurries under the wainscoting. A coal shifts in the grate, and above all, the slow, steady breath of someone slipping finally into sleep. You lie there now, bundled in the soft dimness of thought, and the journey continues not just in space or objects, but in something even more intimate, your own mind. For what happens when the bedroom is just right? The herbs are all in place, the oils applied, the hangings drawn, and still. You lie awake? Tonight, you're stepping into the quieter chambers of Victorian science. You're wandering into the realm of early psychology, of protoneurology, of the earnest men in tweed and pince-nez glasses who are determined to measure, define, and somehow fix the elusive curse of sleeplessness. You begin in a room lined with bookshelves, every volume labeled with gold-embossed titles like Diseases of the Mind and Treatise on Nervous Exhaustion. The gaslights flicker overhead. A figure leans over a desk, scribbling in careful script. He's a physician, or perhaps a nerve doctor, as they like to call themselves, a man of science who believes that insomnia, like indigestion or gout, can be diagnosed, dissected, and resolved. The Victorian medical world teetered between groundbreaking innovation and outright nonsense. In the case of sleep, it was no different. Take, for example, the popular notion of nervous prostration, a very Victorian way of saying, your mind is exhausted, your body has followed suit, and sleep is the first casualty. You, in this imagined visit to the doctor's study, are asked a series of odd questions. Do you have palpitations? Do you dream of floating? Is your left arm colder than your right? Does your pillow feel like it's breathing? These symptoms, real or exaggerated, were all catalogued in the many sleep studies of the day. One physician named Dr. George Beard became famous for declaring that modern civilization had outpaced the brain's ability to cope. He called the result neurasthenia, and it became something of a fashionable diagnosis for the middle and upper classes. Historians still debate whether neurasthenia was an early understanding of chronic anxiety or simply a catch-all for feeling a bit overwhelmed. But the treatments? That's where the story takes a truly curious turn. In place of modern sleep aids, the Victorians turned to brain tonics, electrotherapy, and even what they called nerve food. Popular tonics were often a mixture of herbs, alcohol, and questionable enthusiasm. You imagine sipping a bit of bromidia, a blend of morphine, bromide, and cannabis, sold over the counter with a polite nod and no prescription. Then there was the electric sleep machine, a device not unlike a brass headband attached to a battery. You'd lie still while soft electrical pulses soothed your scalp. There are surviving advertisements in which serene-looking women recline in bliss, eyes closed, heads wired like early sci-fi characters. Did it work? Well, perhaps not entirely. But if nothing else, it gave insomniacs the feeling that something was being done, and that, in its own way, is a form of comfort. One of the gentler therapies gaining popularity during the latter half of the 19th century was suggestion, a precursor to hypnosis. Doctors would sit beside the patient and quietly guide them into a state of relaxation using slow, rhythmic speech. This was not yet Freud's domain. This was more spiritual cousin than scientific sibling. You imagine lying back as the physician tells you, in a gentle voice, that your arms are warm, your eyelids are heavy, your breath is calm. And somewhere in the repetition, in the suggestion that you are already asleep, perhaps you actually begin to drift. Another fringe approach. Color therapy. Yes, certain hues were thought to affect the nervous system. Blue rooms were calming, while yellow walls could agitate. Entire hospitals were repainted in soft greens and violets under the belief that these shades soothed the soul and therefore quieted the mind. And if none of those worked, if the herbal brews, the electrical caps, and the whispering doctors failed to deliver, then there was always the age-old fallback, opium. In the Victorian era, opium was the sleepy elephant in the room. Prescribed liberally and infused into everything from syrup to biscuits, it was considered a near-magical solution to insomnia. Mothers gave it to babies. Artists used it for inspiration. Clerks took it to get a good night's rest. You, lying in that imagined Victorian bed, might even have a vial of laudanum, a mix of opium and alcohol, on your nightstand. Just a few drops in a glass of water. Bitter, certainly. But within the hour, dreams would slip in like fog across the moors. The dangers, of course, were not fully understood. Addiction wasn't called addiction. It was often described as a weakness of constitution or reliance. People faded slowly, gently, under its influence. And still, they craved sleep. Historians now revisit this era, not to mock it, but to trace the lineage of our own restless minds. The same anxieties remain: overwork, social pressure, mental noise. The difference is the language we use and the tools we trust. You inhale deeply now, still nestled under your imaginary quilts, as the soft hum of pseudoscience fades into the background. Somewhere, a doctor closes his notebook. A candle gutters low. And in that moment, strange as it seems, the quest for sleep feels deeply human, flawed, desperate, and always just a few steps beyond certainty, and you, lucky time traveler, are gently lulled by the thought that someone, somewhere in the past, was trying everything to help you drift off. The clock ticks onward in the hush of your mind, and now you find yourself stepping out of the dim doctor's office and into the soft hush of the domestic sphere. You're padding quietly through a Victorian townhouse, down narrow corridors lit by the glow of wall sconces. The hour is late. The fire has been banked low. And at the top of the stairs, careful not to creak the boards, you're entering the bedchamber of someone else entirely. Tonight, you're visiting the sleepless Victorian matron. Middle class, modestly comfortable, and utterly determined to get a full 8 hours before morning tea. She's tried it all, of course. You spot the lavender sachets tucked beneath her pillow, the dog-eared copy of Dr. Combs' Physiology on her nightstand. There's a vial of smelling salts, a lace-trimmed bottle of camphor, and a peculiar object resembling a ceramic hedgehog that's a hot water bottle, used to warm the bed before she even dares slip under the covers. But sleep, as ever, refuses to cooperate. This woman lives in a time when insomnia is increasingly recognized as a lady's complaint, a byproduct, they believed, of excessive mental engagement. Hysteria, or simply too many hours spent worrying about everyone else. Historians still argue whether Victorian sleep advice for women reflected real science or patriarchal nonsense masquerading as medical concern. Likely, it was a bit of both. You sit quietly now, watching her try not to fidget as she reads a chapter aloud. Reading aloud was said to exhaust the tongue and lead to better rest. She's mouthing the words of a well-worn psalter, the candle beside her flickering gently. You can smell the lettuce tea brewing downstairs. Yes, lettuce. The Victorians believed that lettuce, particularly the milky fluid from the stalks, had soporific properties. They weren't entirely wrong. The plant does contain a compound called lacticarium, sometimes referred to as lettuce opium. A tea didn't knock you out exactly, but it might take the edge off a fretful evening. Of course, the matron doesn't stop at lettuce. On her dresser, tucked beside the hairbrushes and bonnets, is a small pouch of hops, the same stuff used in beer. A pinch inside a linen sachet, placed under the pillow, was thought to ease the nerves. There's also a jar of pomade made with lard and crushed violet petals, rubbed behind the ears to calm the mind. She applies it now, methodically, as though the routine itself holds the magic. But not everyone could indulge in these nighttime rituals. You turn your thoughts now to the working-class maid, sleeping, if you can call it that, in a narrow cot by the scullery. No lace sheets here. Just a threadbare blanket and a bar of carbolic soap on the floor. She's lucky to get 4 or 5 hours before the morning bell rings. Sleep for her is not a luxury. It's a fleeting necessity. And there are no lettuce teas, no hop sachets, no hypnotic whispers from the family physician. Just fatigue and the wish that tomorrow might be easier. You might think these domestic remedies quaint, but many were deeply personal, passed down through families. One mother might swear by rosemary tucked in slippers. Another might insist on counting backwards from 300 in multiples of 7. The point wasn't always effectiveness. The point was control the illusion that one might master sleep if only the routine were just right. Back in the master bedroom, your hostess finally lays down. The covers are neatly drawn, the pillows fluffed, and the gas lamp turned low. She arranges her limbs just so one arm straight, one bent, legs separated slightly for airflow. Yes, this was a thing. There were diagrams in magazines showing optimal sleeping poses. You wonder now, nestled in your own darkened space, how different these sleep positions really are from yours. The careful symmetry, the subconscious rituals. Maybe we're not so different after all. One particularly strange piece of advice from the era recommended, ceasing all thought. A doctor named Dr. Hall wrote that sleep could be summoned by stopping one's inner monologue entirely. Just nothing. Silence the mind. Imagine telling that to someone with anxiety. In fact, some Victorians practiced this by focusing on an imagined black circle. That's it. A black circle. Let your entire mind fill with it. You try now, for fun. It's oddly compelling. Soothing even, but the matron? She's already shifting. Insomnia, it seems, has the upper hand tonight. And so she rises, reaching for the soothing syrup tucked into her bureau drawer. You don't ask what's in it. Chances are it's a mix of alcohol, morphine, and maybe a whisper of peppermint, one dose. Just a little. Not every night, only when it gets bad. As she lies back down, eyes fluttering shut, you think again about all the small rituals people used to chase a decent night's rest. The lettuce, the hops, the violet pomade, the black circles, the memorized prayers, the hope. There's something almost sacred in it, isn't there? Not the science, not the results, but the ritual itself. The soft human need to believe that somewhere, somehow, we'll coax our way into sleep, not by force, but by habit, by patience, by routine, and you. You're doing it too. Right now. Lying here, listening, slipping deeper into that same collective longing for rest that has whispered across centuries. Somewhere far off, the bell of a distant clock strikes too. You hardly notice. You're too busy tiptoeing through the musty backroom of a Victorian pharmacy, where the air smells sharply of camphor, carbolic acid, and faintly, something sweeter cherry laudanum perhaps. A boy in a linen apron is dozing upright on a stool. The shelves tower above you, stacked with brown bottles, each labeled in looping authoritative script: chloral hydrate, potassium bromide, opium tincture. Welcome to the quiet heart of Victorian sleep science, the pharmacy, where chemical sleep aids were booming business and insomnia was increasingly medicalized. This section of your journey begins with chloral hydrate, a colorless liquid discovered in the 1830s and swiftly promoted as the answer to restless nights. A few drops in water, and a heavy sleep would fall over you like a curtain. No dreams, no tossing. Of course, there was the occasional matter of respiratory depression or dependency, but those weren't your concern yet. You watch as a weary-looking gentleman enters, hat in hand. He slides a note across the counter, a prescription. Insomnia again. You can see it in his eyes, the dull ache of too many nights alone with a racing mind. The chemist prepares the mixture calmly, no questions asked. Historians still argue whether chloral was truly revolutionary or merely a quieter cousin of the opiates it would briefly displace. What is clear, though, is that for a time it was everywhere. In elixirs, in drops, even in chocolate lozenges for the refined insomniac on the go, but chloral had competition. The bromides came next, especially potassium bromide, the darling of 19th century nerve doctors. Tasteless, cheap, and absurdly available, bromides were hailed for their calming effect on the excitable nervous system. A teaspoon stirred into water, was thought to soften the sharp edges of wakeful anxiety, especially in those suffering from sleeplessness of the neurasthenic variety, whatever that meant. You pass a pamphlet on the counter titled Sleep, a necessary state for the urban gentleman, and can't help but smirk. There's something so earnest about it all. The endless categorizing of sleeplessness, moral insomnia, female hysteria insomnia, industrial fatigue insomnia. Like naming your nightmares could tame them. Meanwhile, the proprietary blends flood in. You spot colorful bottles with whimsical names. Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup morphine-laced, Godfrey's cordial, Dr. Miles' restorative nervine. Many of them aimed not at grown men, but at women and children. A drop for your colicky baby, a teaspoon for your overwrought nerves. The Victorian trust in pharmacy was nearly absolute. After all, weren't these bottles stamped with royal crests? Didn't the labels say, scientifically compounded? And then there was laudanum. Ah, laudanum. Still lingering from earlier centuries, this potent mix of alcohol and opium retained its grip on the sleepless. You trail your fingers along a shelf lined with dark glass vials, each promising dreamless slumber at the cost of a slippery slope. Poets took it. Painters took it. Housewives, grieving mothers, insomniac clergy. The bottle promised peace and delivered it, at least at first. You remember our matron from upstairs? She probably had a bottle in her drawer too. For the bad nights. For the worst ones, one of the quirkiest remedies here, though, isn't in a bottle at all. It's a mechanical sleeper, a leather-bound head harness that gently, insistently, holds your head in one position so you can't toss and turn. Imagine lying down and strapping yourself into sleep. Not exactly a lullaby. Or how about magnetic sleep devices? Some Victorians swore by small magnets sewn into sleep caps, claiming the north-south polarity aligned their brainwaves to the cosmic rhythm of the universe. Sounds ridiculous until you remember that people today buy Himalayan salt lamps and Bluetooth-enabled sleep pods. Maybe not so different after all. As you wander deeper into the pharmacy's back shelves, you come across a handwritten ledger, pages thick with names and dosages. You notice how frequently insomnia is written in the margins, sometimes circled, sometimes underlined. You imagine what the clerk must have thought. Were these poor souls seeking relief or simply escape? The truth is, even the doctors couldn't agree. Insomnia is a physical ailment, some said. No, others insisted. It's moral, a failure of will. One physician wrote a scathing editorial claiming that sleeplessness is rarely the problem, it is merely the symptom of a corrupted modern life. That one didn't win any prizes. Still, the chemicals kept flowing. In fact, by the late 19th century, patent medicines had become so widespread that legislation finally caught up. The Pharmacy Act of 1868 attempted to regulate sales, but plenty still slipped through, especially via catalogs and traveling peddlers. You peek into a crate marked to Yorkshire. Inside, nestled in straw, are a dozen bottles of Dr. Bostock's liquid slumber. You read the label. For nervous disposition, railway fatigue, and women's troubles, no ingredients listed. Of course, IT was a sleepy gold rush, and yet despite the pills, the syrups, the tinctures, insomnia persisted. IT still does. You think now of how little has changed. A new name here, a shinier bottle there, but the ache remains the same. That lonely craving for surrender. The search for something, anything that will hush the noise. As you step back into the street from the pharmacy's warm interior, the gaslight overhead hisses softly. The rain has stopped. You pull your coat tighter and feel the first brush of fog rolling in from the river. Sleep, even in an age of potions, is never guaranteed, but in the quiet of that pharmacy and the rustle of the ledger pages, and the faint cherry sweetness of laudanum in the air, you understand the yearning. It's human. It's ancient. It's yours. You're walking again, only now it's not along a cobbled Victorian street, but down a corridor of the mind, narrow and windowless, where the walls echo with theories. All around you, the polite chaos of a Victorian lecture hall is unfolding. You hear rustling papers, someone coughing into a handkerchief, the creak of a chalkboard being written on with slow deliberation. Tonight's topic: what even is sleep? And more importantly, why can't we get it when we need it most? You shuffle to your seat among the invisible crowd, settling in next to a bearded gentleman with ink on his cuff. He nods, absently chewing a mint drop. The gas lamps flicker overhead. In the mid to late 19th century, the Victorians weren't just dosing their insomnia away, they were obsessively trying to explain it. This wasn't a passive culture of nodding off with a syrup spoon in hand. No, it was an era of intense scientific curiosity, one that produced dozens of overlapping and often contradictory theories about why we sleep, how we sleep, and why we sometimes just can't. And so, we begin with the blood flow theory, a favorite among Victorian physicians. This idea proposed that sleep occurred when blood drained from the brain, leaving the organ cool, pale, and inactive, sort of like a library at closing time. Insomnia, then, was believed to be caused by congestion of the cerebral vessels. Too much blood rushing around upstairs, disturbing the peace. Treatment? Naturally, they prescribed mustard foot baths to draw blood downward, or sleeping in a semi-upright position, like a gentleman slouching knobbily into repose. One doctor even recommended tying a cold compress around the forehead with a silk scarf to convince the brain it was time to take a break. Historians still argue whether this theory was ever truly believed or simply repeated with just enough certainty to sell yet another bedtime remedy, another dominant hypothesis. That insomnia stemmed from moral weakness. Yes, you heard that right. In countless Victorian medical journals and advice manuals, insomnia was blamed not just on nerves or digestion or environment, but on one's very character. You weren't sleeping because you lacked discipline, or you were too sensitive, or worst of all, you were indulging in mental overstimulation, a cardinal sin in an age already anxious about steam engines, telegrams, and serialized novels. Picture it. You, sitting up too late reading The Woman in White, lamp flickering, heart racing while outside, a doctor shakes his head solemnly and mutters, "It's her own fault, poor thing." You smirk. That does sound familiar. Next on the blackboard, the exhaustion model. According to this theory, your nervous energy was like a rechargeable battery. Use it all up during the day through hard work, conversation, even vigorous walking, and your body would demand sleep to restore itself. Simple, right? But problems arose when, despite obvious fatigue, sleep still wouldn't come. Enter neurasthenia, a vague, fashionable diagnosis applied to everyone from stressed clerks to anxious housewives. Its symptoms included fatigue, irritability, foggy thinking, and of course chronic insomnia. Some doctors saw it as a modern plague, the cost of progress in a rapidly industrializing world. Quirky detail? Neurasthenia was once treated by having patients sit in silence while staring at blank walls. No talking, no reading, just existing. A sort of psychological palate cleanser. Some swore it helped. Others promptly checked themselves out. You're beginning to notice a pattern. Victorians feared overstimulation the way we fear screen time. To sleep, one must first unplug from society, from the body, from thought itself. So it makes sense that many physicians also turn toward hypnotism. That's right. Mesmerism, once considered a fringe parlor trick, was increasingly rebranded as therapeutic suggestion by the late 19th century. Hypnotists claimed they could guide insomniacs into restful states by bypassing their conscious mind. You are growing very sleepy. Wasn't just a glitch, it was an actual medical technique, and sometimes it worked. One London practitioner claimed an 80% success rate, treating sleeplessness with carefully spoken instructions and rhythmic hand gestures. Whether that was truth or Victorian optimism is anyone's guess, but the idea that you could talk someone into sleep took hold. It still does. Meanwhile, in another thread of thought, some scientists postulated that sleep was a digestive phenomenon. The gut, overloaded or sluggish, could cause restlessness. This is why so many sleep guides from the period included detailed food rules. No meat after dusk, light gruel preferred, lettuce strongly encouraged, and under no circumstances should you consume pickles after 7. You can almost hear a stern aunt at dinner clucking. You'll never sleep with that on your plate. The lectures continue, growing more abstract. Sleep is a state of cerebral inhibition. Is floated next, meaning your brain literally had to switch parts of itself off. Like a ship powering down one room at a time. But which part? And what controlled the switch? The debate rages. Even as brain anatomy improved with new microscopy techniques, sleep itself remained maddeningly elusive. One professor even suggested that the soul might temporarily leave the body during sleep, retreating to a spiritual plane for rest. He was laughed out of the hall mostly, but a few took notes. Just in case, all of this theorizing led to an explosion of public lectures, newspaper advice columns, and yes, self-help books. Titles like The Art of Sleep, Slumber and Civilization, and How Not to Think at Night filled upper-class parlors and railway station kiosks alike. Your favorite chapter title so far? On the danger of daydreaming after supper, Victorians, it turns out, were just as obsessed with self-diagnosis as we are. If they had webbed, they'd never have gone to bed again, and through it, all through the blood flow charts, the neurasthenia debates, the soul-leaving body theories, one thing remained constant. Nobody actually knew what sleep was. But they couldn't stop trying. As you gather your things and leave the lecture hall behind, you feel a quiet admiration for their determination. The Victorians may have been wrong about nearly everything, but they were wonderfully, passionately wrong. And in their earnest confusion, you see yourself. Awake at a.m. Googling natural ways to sleep fast with one eye open. Different century. Same search, the corridor fades. A breeze stirs your coat. You're not sure if you're still inside a dream or gently drifting toward one, but the lectures are over, and for now, at least, your mind is quieter. Your feet press against polished wooden floorboards now, creaking faintly beneath each step. The world around you smells of beeswax, of old linen, and something softly floral, perhaps lavender, tucked into drawers and under pillows, just like we saw before. But now you're somewhere different. You've walked straight into a Victorian bedroom, but not just any bedroom. This one belongs to a writer, or a scientist, or perhaps someone caught in between. The kind of person who scribbles observations by candlelight, whose bed is less for sleep and more a battleground for ideas. The light is dim. Not quite night, not quite dawn. You can hear the scratch of a quill pen in the background. And scattered across the quilt, pages and pages of theories, half poetry, half prescription. This is the forgotten world of insomniac journals, those curious personal records where Victorians documented their nightly suffering with a mix of resignation and obsession. Some of these diaries still survive, locked in archives or buried in footnotes. And tonight, we're going to sneak a peek in one such journal. Written by a governess in 1867, we find the line, "I slept 1 hour last night, or so I believe. It was not restful. Just 8 words, but you feel them in your bones, This wasn't unusual. Many middle and upper class Victorians, especially women, were encouraged to keep private journals, and within them, insomnia becomes a haunting motif. Night after night, page after page, you read variations of the same lament. The clock struck 4. I was still wide awake, tried hot milk and prayer. No effect. It seems I am afraid of the dark still. Historians still argue whether these complaints reflected widespread chronic insomnia, or whether the act of journaling simply attracted those already prone to overthinking. A chicken and egg debate, you could say. Though no one's sleeping, so the chicken might as well stay up and knit they did. Another diarist, an elderly widow from Bath, wrote of passing her sleepless hours mending gloves by moonlight, one stitch at a time. It calms the fingers, she said, even if it cannot calm the mind. Men, too, confessed their unrest. A junior solicitor in London, torn between financial pressures and what he called persistent interior chatter, documented elaborate experiments. 1 week, he slept with feet elevated. The next, head to the west. Nothing helped. His conclusion? Sleep is a lady of caprice. She comes when she pleases. You can't help but smile. Sleep, the flirt, beyond journals. Victorians also embraced self-quantification long before smartwatches and sleep apps. People drew graphs of their slumber, tallied hours in ledgers, and kept dream logs with surprising precision. Dreamt of green horses again, one man wrote, possibly related to the boiled asparagus, but let's pause and meet someone more famous, Thomas Edison. Yes, we're cheating a little here, drifting from Victorian England to early 20th century America, but Edison's utter disdain for sleep is too perfectly ironic to ignore. He called sleep a criminal waste of time and boasted of functioning on 4 hours a night. In reality, he often napped in secret, on benches, under tables, while pretending to be too busy to need rest. One of his lab assistants noted, he always says he doesn't sleep much, but I've seen him doze standing up, this duality bragging about insomnia while quietly surrendering to it wasn't just Edison's quirk. It became something of a cultural badge. Victorian men, especially those in business or politics, often treated sleeplessness as a mark of industry, not illness. Meanwhile, women were expected to suffer it silently and gracefully, preferably while arranging flowers or sipping chamomile tea. Quirky detail? One etiquette manual from 1884 advises ladies to avoid yawning in public unless seated by a fireplace. Apparently, hearthside yawning was deemed charmingly poetic. Elsewhere, quite unbecoming. Back in the bedroom, you notice a small glass bottle on the nightstand. Inside is a mixture of valerian root, powdered pearl, and clove water, a popular 19th century concoction for nervous agitation. Its taste? Bitter as regret, according to one reviewer. Another go-to remedy, especially for women, was bathing in lavender vinegar before bed. You'd steep dried blossoms in wine vinegar for a week, then dab it behind the ears and across the collarbone. Brings dreams of calm seas, the label claimed. Of course, if these gentle methods failed, there were the darker choices. We've already touched on opiates, but did you know Victorians also experimented with chloroform for home use? Not frequently, and not without risk, but in certain circles, it was whispered as a last resort. Chloroform drops on a handkerchief, just a sniff or two, wrote one aristocrat, and the battle is won. Historians still debate how common this really was. Some say it's apocryphal. Others swear it happened often in wealthier households where doctors could be paid to look the other way. What's certain is that desperation doesn't follow class boundaries, it just manifests differently. Speaking of which, you now find yourself sitting beside a coal-burning stove in a modest row house in Manchester. A maid is speaking softly into the dark, confiding her sleepless thoughts in a notebook she hides under the mattress. Her ink is watery, her spelling uncertain, but her meaning is clear. Can't shut down. Tried prayer, tried tea, tried counting sheets hung to dry. And here, we witness the real tragedy of the era's insomnia, so many voices unheard. Most of the surviving records are from the wealthy and literate. But countless laborers, servants, and factory hands suffered just as deeply, with no journals, no lavender vinegar, no chloroform dreams, just long nights. And longer days after. You step away from the bed. The room fades. But the voices linger. Not loud, not shrill, just steady. They remind you that insomnia isn't just a medical condition or a mystery to solve. It's a deeply human experience, stretching across time and class and geography. They remind you that sometimes writing is the only sleep we get. You wake, or maybe you're still dreaming in a velvet-draped room lined with books. It's silent, but not empty. There's a hint of ink in the air, mixed with the faint scent of rosewater and something mustier, perhaps age itself. In the corner sits a pale blue armchair, its cushions a little flattened from years of use. And on the side table, a stack of pamphlets bound in ribbon, their titles dancing in gilded script. The Slumbering Mind, Night Waking, and the Female Condition, Letters on Rest. Welcome to the Victorian sleep reform movement, a strange little offshoot of science, etiquette, and moral philosophy, where people tried not just to cure insomnia, but to define what proper sleep really meant. You see, by the late 1800s, Victorians had started moralizing about sleep. Rest became a kind of virtue or a failing. To sleep soundly was to be balanced, respectable, even godly. To suffer insomnia, by contrast, was often considered a sign of spiritual unrest, nervous weakness, or brace yourself moral decay, not exactly a recipe for relaxation. Medical journals from the period describe sleep hygiene in oddly judgmental terms. One physician warned against eating too much cheese or reading exciting novels. After PM, another scolded a patient for lazily reclining during daylight hours, blaming the practice for his poor nocturnal discipline. Even the architecture joined the crusade. Historians still argue whether the trend toward smaller, sparser bedrooms, especially in urban homes, was meant to promote better airflow or simply discourage lounging. Either way, your Victorian bed wasn't just a piece of furniture. It was a test of character. Quirky detail? A sleep manual from 1891 includes a fold-out diagram of the morally acceptable sleep position. Spoiler: fetal curl is out, hands crossed on chest is in. Apparently, curling up like a shrimp made you seem spiritually anxious. Who knew? At the same time, the reform movement began promoting what we now call sleep rituals. You are advised to perform the same sequence each night: brush hair 100 times, read 1 page of Psalms, sip lukewarm milk, and extinguish all candles with the left hand. Don't ask why, it's Victorian logic. These weren't just habits. They were talismans against unrest, but as with many things Victorian, the rules diverged sharply along gender lines. Women were expected to retire early, wake early, and sleep with beauty in mind. 8 hours for bloom, one etiquette guide claimed. A popular cosmetic manual included recipes for overnight skin tonics, many involving egg whites and rosewater. The idea was that even unconscious, a woman should be engaged in self-improvement. Men, meanwhile, were subtly encouraged to sacrifice sleep for ambition. Especially in the rising middle class, tales of hard-working clerks and shopkeepers burning midnight oil became a badge of honor. Rest is for the idle, one editor wrote, not for those shaping empires. A contradiction. Of course. But the Victorian era ran on contradictions. Enter the Quakers, who, believe it or not, had their own influence on sleep reform. Known for their quiet discipline and emphasis on simple living, Quaker households were often described as models of nighttime serenity. Beds made at dawn, candles snuffed at 8, no loud music, no alcohol, and certainly no laughter after dusk. The idea? Stillness brings sleep, and sleep brings clarity. Historians still debate how much of this was actually practiced versus romanticized by reformist authors looking for paragons. But Quaker writing on sleep influenced broader culture nonetheless. You start to notice echoes of it in household advice books, which often quoted friends when advocating for plain bedding and early hours. You pick up one of those pamphlets on the table. It's titled How to Instruct Your Children in the Ways of Sleep. Inside, a list of rules. No sugar after noon, no fairy tales involving wolves, and my personal favorite, ensure child has pet of mild temperament to stroke before bed. Imagine an entire generation raised to fall asleep with rabbits. It's no wonder Victorian illustrators leaned so heavily on sleepy bunnies. But this wasn't all theory and bedtime platitudes. Sleep reform had real, physical consequences. As ideas filtered through medical schools and public lectures, institutions began adapting. Hospitals redesigned patient wards for restful ambience. Schools started staggering start times to allow for mental digestion and public bathhouses. They began offering sleep soaks, hot water infused with hops and lavender, designed to lull the body into readiness. Quirky side note, a few London apothecaries offered a premium service where a footman would deliver your evening bath potion pre-warmed in a copper canister, along with a polite reminder note. Do not let the day carry you into the night. This growing obsession with engineered sleep even crept into literature. Victorian novels are surprisingly stuffed with descriptions of insomnia noblewomen sighing at moonlight, soldiers writing by candle, lovers walking the halls. Even Sherlock Holmes, that paragon of logic, struggled with sleep. His solution? Violin at midnight, opium at 2. Of course, not everyone found reform helpful. Working-class writers like George Gissing complained that sleep recipes made things worse. He wrote, "I cannot sleep for fear of failing the instructions." His sarcasm holds up remarkably well, but you understand his point. When sleep becomes a test, failure hurts twice. And yet, there was hope too. Reformers weren't all moralists and killjoys. Some genuinely wanted to help people rest. A few early psychologists began experimenting with what we now call guided imagery, encouraging patients to visualize flowing rivers, quiet fields, slow-moving clouds. Nothing fancy, just soft focus and suggestion. One pamphlet suggests this. Lie still. Picture a brook, its waters smooth as silk. Now lie on its surface. Drift. Sound familiar? It should. We're doing the same thing right now. This thread from Victorian visualizations to modern sleep apps isn't accidental. The human mind hasn't changed as much as we think. It still needs story, still needs rhythm, still needs a reason to slow down. You rise from the armchair and step quietly out into a narrow hallway. You pass doors, some closed, some slightly ajar, and behind each one, a different version of sleep. A different strategy, a different hope. Some will wake rested, others won't. But all are trying, and that, perhaps, is the secret link across centuries. Not the cures themselves, but the care, the effort to understand sleep not just as biology, but as part of who we are, a mystery, a ritual, a wish. The night stretches on, and as you leave the house of sleep reformers behind, your footsteps take you down a narrow cobbled alley in London. A fog clings low to the street, curling around your ankles like a cat. Somewhere, a horse snorts in its stall. The scent of coal smoke lingers faintly in the damp air. You're heading now toward a very different kind of nighttime remedy, one sold not in books or sermons, but over the counter, with a wink, a nod, and the promise of blessed unconsciousness. Yes, this is the story of the Victorian pharmacy, and the astonishingly casual way people once drugged themselves to sleep. By the late 19th century, the line between medicine and poison was not so much blurry as elegantly smudged. Apothecaries and chemists sold all manner of sleep aids, laudanum, chloral hydrate, bromides, and an entire shelf of syrups and tinctures marketed to soothe the nerves and quiet the night. Many came in ornate little bottles with gilded labels and cork stoppers, as if trying to convince you they belonged more on a vanity tray than a hazard label. You could walk into a shop and request Mrs. Allen's Quieting Tonic or Dr. Whitley's Restful Night Cordial, and no one would blink. And here's the kicker. Most of these elixirs were packed with opiates. Even well-meaning remedies for children like the infamous Godfrey's Cordial included generous doses of morphine. Sold to fussy mothers and exhausted nannies, it was meant to quiet teething babies. And it worked. A little too well. Historians still argue whether the widespread use of such tonics was ignorance or quiet desperation. On one hand, few truly understood the addictive nature of these drugs. On the other, it's hard to believe nobody noticed what was happening when the bottle got lighter and the eyes got heavier. Then there were the patent medicine men, traveling salesmen with flashy waistcoats and well-practiced spiels. They'd roll into town with carts full of miracle tonics, hand out samples at the fair, and claim to cure everything from headaches to heartbreaks. Can't sleep? They'd ask with a theatrical frown. Then allow me to introduce Dr. Wainwright's Night Water, as gentle as dew and just as natural. Of course, no one disclosed ingredients. That wasn't legally required until 1906 in the U.S., and even later in the UK, so your bottle of night water, probably 70% alcohol, 10% opium, and a sprinkle of camphor for that medicinal scent. You pause outside one of these long-gone chemist shops. The lamp above the door flickers gently. Inside, a glass counter displays thick-cut soaps, rolled gauze, and tucked discreetly in the corner a velvet-lined tray of sleeping powders. Little paper envelopes neatly folded, each containing a dose of unconsciousness. Even high society wasn't immune. Queen Victoria herself is rumored to have used chloroform for sleep near the end of her life, though no one dares confirm it with too much certainty. Her physician, Sir James Simpson, was one of the pioneers of medical anesthesia and believed deeply in the right to a peaceful hush. By contrast, the poet Elizabeth Barrett Browning was famously addicted to laudanum. In her letters, she describes its warmth, its hush, its pull like a soft tide across the temples. She wasn't trying to numb herself for fun, just trying to sleep. Or perhaps to forget. There was something deeply human about these quiet addictions. People weren't partying. They were trying to survive their own nights. And yet, for all its risks, this era also sparked an important shift. The sheer popularity of sleep tonics forced doctors and lawmakers to pay attention. By the 1890s, there was growing concern over nervous conditions, especially in cities, where overstimulation and industrial noise wreaked havoc on traditional rest. Doctors began to ask serious questions. Was urbanization altering our biology? Were trains and gas lamps and 60-hour work weeks quietly rewiring the human sleep cycle? That's still debated. What's clear is that public sleep health was now part of the medical conversation. You weren't just a fussy sleeper, you were a patient. And that made all the difference. As the 20th century approached, governments started regulating these substances. Labels were required. Dosages became standardized. The word habit forming entered public vocabulary. And by the Edwardian era, the golden age of dreamy little opiate vials had begun to fade. Still, the legacy lingers. Modern sleep aids prescription or herbal owe much to these early potions. And the idea that a bottle could hold the answer to restless nights, that's never really left us. A quirky tidbit. Some of those Victorian recipes still circulate today in herbalist circles. Take lettuce seed tea, for example. Used then as a mild sedative, it's made by steeping dried lettuce seeds in hot water. Not very tasty, but supposedly calming. You can still find it in folk remedy books under the charming name Sleepy Salad Brew. You duck into a side alley now, where laundry hangs limp on lines and the smell of barley stew wafts from a nearby kitchen. This was where the working class lived, and their approach to sleep was starkly different. In Otonics. No books. Just exhaustion. Factory workers often got 5 to 6 hours of sleep, sometimes less, and took cat naps during lunch breaks or long tram rides. A soft sack of flour under the arm. A woolen cap over the eyes. You do what you can. Some slept in shifts. Some on straw. Others simply nodded off sitting upright, soot smudged in cradling cold tea. For them, the idea of a special ritual or bottled cure would have been laughable, yet even in these humble quarters, folk cures flourished. Chamomile sachets under pillows, warm milk stirred with nutmeg, whispered prayers to saints of rest. One of the more curious traditions. In parts of Yorkshire, people would place a piece of bread soaked in gin beneath the bed to catch the wandering spirits that disturb the mind. There's no record of whether it worked, but it likely attracted a few mice. By the time you reach the end of the alley, the sky is lightening slightly, turning navy at the edges. A few early risers clatter past with milk cans and bread baskets. You step into a quiet doorway, lean your head back, and close your eyes for a moment. The past is noisy. But it sleeps too, and in that sleep, you find echoes of our own fatigue, our pills, our playlists, our whispered fears in the dark. Victorian pharmacy may be gone. But the ache for rest, that never changes. The sky hovers just above dawn now, and you drift along the banks of a sluggish, soot-tinted river, the air damp with the scent of iron and morning mist. In the distance, the clatter of cartwheels and the bark of market dogs signal that London, ever sleepless, is yawning itself awake. But don't worry, you're not quite done yet. Your path winds now into one of the most curious and contested battlegrounds of Victorian sleep, the human mind. Because while the chemists peddled tonics and doctors scribbled prescriptions, psychologists and philosophers started asking deeper questions. What is sleep, really? And what if it's not just a physical need, but a window into something more? You step into a cozy, book-stuffed parlor. A fire crackles gently. Overstuffed chairs flank a low table stacked with medical journals, loose leaves of handwritten notes, and a peculiar little book titled On Dreams and Their Disorders. You've just entered the world of Victorian dream science, a fascinating, often comically misguided effort to decode the sleeping mind. It begins, as many such stories do, with Sigmund Freud, though he was only one voice in a much wider chorus. Long before the interpretation of dreams hit shelves in 1899, Victorians were already obsessed with nighttime visions. From religious dream manuals to occult guides to bizarre mechanical contraptions meant to guide dreams with gentle prodding, this was a golden age of amateur onerology, the study of dreams. One Londoner, Dr. James Arthur Mayo, theorized that dreams were the brain's way of venting spiritual gases. Another, Mrs. H. Florence Trent, swore that eating pickled eels before bed caused clairvoyant episodes. She may have been right. Or just extremely brave. Historians still argue whether these early theories were serious science or elaborate metaphors, but they helped usher in a new idea, that sleep wasn't passive. It was active, even productive. People began recording their dreams in journals, analyzing symbols, even publishing long pamphlets detailing sequences of visions that they were certain predicted political events. Entire salons were devoted to dream interpretation. Some Victorians believed their dreams could offer stock tips. Others used them to contact deceased loved ones, and yet, for all the mysticism, there were signs of a genuine breakthrough. In 1875, the British neurologist William Gowers suggested that insomnia might not always be physical, that it could stem from racing thoughts, emotional trauma, or subconscious tension. A radical idea at the time. Sleep wasn't just about the body, it was about the mind. And so the battle lines shifted. Where once doctors had prescribed laudanum and foot baths, now some urged patients to confront their inner world. This gave rise to a whole new category of sleep advice, psychological strategies. Keep your dreams gentle, advised one pamphlet, by never reading violent novels before bed. Eat dinner early. Don't quarrel with your spouse after p.m. sound advice, really. And above all, avoid thinking too deeply. Intellectual stimulation, they feared, was the enemy of sleep. A fringe group even believed that people with overactive cerebrums should sleep with their heads soaked in lavender oil and wrapped in lead-lined cloth to quiet the brain's electrical discharges. Unsurprisingly, this did not catch on. But it paints a vivid picture of the desperate lengths some would go to chase sleep. One particularly odd story comes from 1888, when a self-declared sleep prophet named Reverend Silas Moon claimed he could interpret dreams through finger touch alone. He traveled from town to town, pressing people's palms in darkened rooms and murmuring softly as he read their sleep histories. He was wildly popular, until he was caught napping on the job. Literally ... By the turn of the century, another debate had begun. Should dreams be suppressed, managed, interpreted, or embraced? This question echoed in early sleep clinics, which began springing up in university hospitals. One such center in Manchester monitored patients' breathing, movement, and in one odd experiment, their pillow arrangements. One poor volunteer was asked to sleep every night with their head in a different direction. To determine if compass orientation impacted dream clarity, the results were inconclusive. But the theory still pops up in holistic forums today. So maybe they were onto something. As you sit in that armchair now, the fire crackling low, you might wonder how it all connects to our original question. What does dream science have to do with lettuce, insomnia, or late-night spoonfuls of morphine? Well, everything, because at the heart of the Victorian sleep crisis wasn't just fatigue. It was fear. Fear of what sleeplessness meant. Fear of what dreams might reveal. Fear that modern life had broken something ancient and essential. And so, the Victorians did what they always did in the face of mystery. They built systems, catalogs, classifications. They tried to tame the night with charts and solves and the occasional bowl of boiled cabbage, and when that didn't work, they dreamed. One fringe tidbit. Among Victorian upper-class ladies, it was fashionable to host dream tea's quiet evening gatherings where guests would sip sedative blends, then retire to velvet lounges and attempt synchronized napping. Upon waking, they'd share their visions, hoping for cosmic resonance, or at least a good story. It was half science, half essence, and 100% delightful. The fire in the room dims to glowing coals. Your fingers trail across the spines of dream dictionaries and sleep diaries, their pages filled with curled ink and hopeful underlines. You exhale slowly. There's something comforting in how hard they tried. They didn't have sleep trackers or guided meditation apps or adjustable memory foam, but they had curiosity and community and the belief that somewhere, whether in a dream or a dark bottle or a lullaby rest, could still be found. You rise from the chair and step out once more into the quiet city. The lamplighter's have finished their rounds. A single bird sings in the distance, and somewhere, perhaps in a tiny apartment above a chemist's shop, someone else is trying to sleep. The morning has slipped fully into view now, though you might not notice. The light is soft and gray, filtered through soot-slick window panes and high chimney stacks. The city is stirring again. Carriages clip past, milkmen clang their tins, and boots echo on cobbled streets slick with mist. But your journey isn't over just yet. You find yourself now in a quieter place. Not a sick room, not a dream parlor, not even a sleeping chamber, but a museum of sorts, tucked into the folds of memory and dust. You've arrived in the final chapter of this strange, soothing saga, the afterlife of Victorian sleep, because although the soot has settled, the gas lamps dimmed, and the laudanum bottles long since emptied, the ripples of that age have quietly crept into your own. Tonight, in fact, you've been using Victorian sleep techniques without even realizing it, that cup of chamomile tea on your nightstand. A legacy of 19th century herbalists. Your weighted blanket, once called a comfort quilt and recommended in mid-century asylum manuals. Even your favorite sleep playlist, gentle rain, soft piano, distant thunder isn't far removed from Victorian advice to place a ticking clock by the pillow to soothe with the rhythm of time. And then there's the lettuce. Yes, we promised you lettuce. You see, Victorians didn't just dabble in opiates and dream parlors. They were also keen gardeners, and lettuce was more than a salad green. It was a medicine. Specifically, wild lettuce Lactuca virosa, known back then as opium lettuce, was prized for its mild sedative effects. Boil the leaves into a tea, they said, or dry and crush the sap into pills. Some called it vegetable laudanum. Doctors prescribed it to widows and writers, the anxious and the sleepless, often paired with lemon balm or valerian root. Historians still argue whether the actual sedative power of lettuce was effective or simply placebo, but the ritual mattered. The care of steeping, the warmth of the cup, the belief that relief was possible, these were part of the cure. In fact, ritual might be the Victorians' greatest gift to sleep. Their lives were hectic and often miserable. Cities were crowded. Grief was common, but they responded with routine. Evening walks, gentle foot baths, lavender stuffed pillows, reading poetry aloud before bed, touching the rosary, touching nothing, closing the shutters, lighting one single candle. Not because these things were foolproof, but because they signaled the body to soften. You feel it now, don't you? That slow exhale, that gentle dimming of your internal lantern. You pass down another corridor, where the museum displays Victorian sleep aids beneath delicate glass. A ceramic hot water pig, a clockwork bed rocker, a slanted board for elevating the legs, a velvet-bound journal open to a single line, slept 3 hours. Dreamed of ducks. There's an undeniable charm in how seriously they took the art of rest. Even as industrialism cracked open the night gaslight, rail schedules, 24-hour print shops, people clung to slowness where they could. A letter from 1897 describes a grandmother who refused to own a clock, insisting that the heart would tell her when to sleep, and maybe she wasn't wrong, but it wasn't all elegance and tea leaves. In the countryside, poor families shared beds in cold stone cottages, warmed only by livestock and hope. In London slums, laborers slept in shifts, or not at all. In asylums, patients were restrained into rest chairs to prevent sleepwalking or fits. Even the Queen herself, Victoria, reportedly slept little, haunted perhaps by grief or duty, or the absence of Prince Albert beside her. The truth is, there was no one Victorian sleep. It was as diverse and uneven as the empire itself. But across class lines, what unites them is a hunger for rest, for peace, for a return to something primal and safe, a longing not so different from yours. And that's where we'll leave you, not in a dramatic ending, but a quiet, breathless hush. The sound of a curtain being drawn. A kettle left to whistle. A garden of lettuce nodding in the wind, because while the medicines may have changed and the theories faded into quirky footnotes, the ache for sleep is eternal. We're all still looking for the perfect night. And sometimes the cure isn't in a tonic or a tincture, but in knowing that you're not alone. That people before you felt the same fluttering restlessness. That they brewed strange teas and lined their beds with rosemary. That they wrote and waited and wondered what it all meant, and eventually they slept. And now, we ease into silence. Let your thoughts quiet, like dust settling in a forgotten library. You're far from gas lamps and echoing footsteps, now floating instead through a soft haze of memory and midnight air. Your breathing slows. The rhythm of this gentle journey wraps around you like a woolen shawl. You've walked the crooked alleys of Victorian cities, listened at the doors of ancient sick rooms, sat quietly in the presence of dreams both wild and wise. You've learned of lettuce leaves and lavender, laudanum and lullabies. You've heard the heartbeats of those who, long ago, also longed for sleep, and maybe, just maybe, they're a little closer now. The fire has gone out. The tea has cooled. And all that remains is the hush. No need to fidget. No need to think. There is no next chapter, no final fact to absorb. Just the gentle darkness. Just your body, soft and still, in this quiet space between waking and dreaming. Let go, let the past slip away. Let the worries curl like smoke above a blown-out candle. You are safe. You are warm. You are drifting, and somewhere, a century away, a kettle whistles on a cast-iron stove. A woman closes her shutters. A child tucks a sleep diary beneath their pillow. A man tips laudanum into a teaspoon, murmurs a prayer to the stars, and blows out the lamp. Good night, dreamer. Sleep well.